All right, Pat, I'm with Tony Roach, who has been coaching Ivan Lendl the past couple of years, and you played in 2 of these U.S. Open finals. What about nerves? Here's a man that looks like he has no nerves at all when he's on the court.
Well, he's been here 7 times, but he's a little nervous. He's a little uptight, but I think once he gets into the match, he'll be okay.
Anything different from Ivan Lendl today, or do you stay with what brought you?
Yeah, I think we're going to stick with what's got him here so far, but we're just waiting to see what Mats is going to come up with, because I think he's the one that's got to change the game plan, and then Ivan may have to readjust into the match.
Okay, good luck to your man, and to you, Tony. Thanks for joining us. Let's go back to the booth. Pat Summerall.
Tim, thank you. Time. Ivan Lendl won the toss and elected to receive. So that's where we'll start with Wilander serving.
You know, I don't think that either one of them are going to do a whole lot different than they did last year in the finals in terms of the effort. They'll stay back and rally, be patient, get relaxed, get into the match, get some feel, and then eventually pick up the tempo. If you recall, after the first set or so, it wasn't very exciting, and then it got better and better.
Both players, I know, Mary, when you talked with Wilander and earlier when we talked with Ivan Lendl, it is rather windy, and both of them mentioned that as being a real bother.
Feels the same way today as it did yesterday.
Wilander. Playing conditions, temperature of 72 degrees, humidity 48%. We wind out of the west at 5 to 10 miles an hour. Forecast partly cloudy.
Where did our optimist go? It was partly sunny.
He was here yesterday.
Notice where Lendl's playing when we get a look at him in the rallies. He's well behind the baseline. That's what I call his defensive mode. When he gets 6, 8, 10 feet behind the baseline, once the ball's in play, he's not there to try to do anything except keep it going for a while.
Talk about taking each other's measure.
Wow.
A lot of probing going on in this first set. This first game.
I think that's as much to do with them just getting settled down. They both say, I got to hit some balls, get rid of the jitters, and get into the thing. They're not, neither of them are serving volleyers, basically, or net rushers, so they're going to stay back and rally. And I think perhaps that's why Lendl said, you go ahead and serve. Even if I lose it, I'm no worse off, and I get time to get rid of the jitters before I have to serve. And it doesn't matter that you've been there before. If you're a human being, you're going to be nervous.
2 minutes for the first 2 points.
$40
love.
The Australian Open, Wilander beat an Australian, Pat Cash, in the final. At the French Open, he beat Henri Lecomte, the Frenchman, in that final. He was kind of hoping he'd get to play Agassi today so he could beat an American in the U.S. Open.
Well, Ivan lives here in Greenwich, as does Wilander. So maybe that's
40-15.
maybe that'll serve the purpose at least.
Neither one of them has a Connecticut accent, though.
No. Matt Doyle.
Good friend of Mott's when Doyle played. And still, he's a very good friend and advisor and coach to Wilander. Though he's still got his Swedish coach, John Anders Sjögren.
40-15. It was long, and Wilander wins the first game of the first set of the men's final.
Wilander wins the first game.
Ivan Lendl, serving for the first time, missed his first serve.
Of the
Men's 1988 final. Championship of the U.S. Open at the USTA's National Tennis Center in Flushing Meadow, New York. Shots from the Fuji blimp. Lendl against Wilander.
They're head-to-head. Lendl leads 13-6. And has, in fact, won the last 6 times they've played.
He's got a lot of weapons, a lot of artillery, including a very big serve.
Imagine being this final 7 years in a row. Is that a terrific effort? Lost the first 3 years and won the next 3.
No wonder this is his favorite place to play.
Yeah. Well, he silenced a lot of people, I think, too, because when he lost those first 3 times, everyone said, hey, he can't win the big ones.
They said he was a choker.
Consecutive men's title. Lendl trying for 4. Makes it 30 all.
You got to consider that a bad miss because Ivan wasn't really trying to do anything with it. He's not trying to push Mats around, move it to another side or anything. He just miscalculated and hit it wide. A tennis player of Lendl's caliber hates to miss a shot like that.
Ace number 1. There'll be more. Tony Roach, Ivan Lendl's coach.
Tony's helped Ivan a lot. Got him to learn to volley some and go under the backhand. A little more finesse, a little more understanding of the overall game. Here's Lendl at the net. You won't see this a whole lot. Sets up nicely for the overhead and hits it flat with a lot of pace. And even though Mats had waited in that corner, he couldn't get to it.
1-all in the first.
Sorry, Pat. The best angle you'll ever have in a tennis court is off the overhead smash because you're inside the baseline normally, and you're hitting down into the entire court as against when you're serving and trying to hit into the service square.
Coach Wilander talked about this part of Lendl's game yesterday.
Love 30.
As we watch this, it makes a lot of sense what Mott says. He says, I always think when I walk out on the court against Lendl, I know exactly what I'm going to play like, but it doesn't always work out that way because he's such a power hitter that if he starts powering like that, you have to rethink whatever you felt like you were going to do when you first walk out there. And Lendl's coming on strong right away.
Second Sunday of the NFL season of this year. Buffalo beat Miami. Tampa Bay moves to 1-1. New Orleans came from behind to beat Atlanta. Washington by 1 over Pittsburgh. 49ers beat the Giants 20-17.
Main thing you have to be careful of is hitting the ball short. Here, Lendl hit one short. Matz took it on the rise. Now, their opening is cross court. You see Wilander covering down the line. Lendl couldn't make it. It's 30-all.
Mott's got lucky there.
He did.
There was a lot of room.
When you see Lendl stepping inside that baseline, he's looking for the short ball to jump on with a forehand.
He's missed a bunch of those slice backhands already.
And that's really sort of a safety valve for him. He's just trying to keep it in play when he's doing that, take a little pace off and say to the other guy, you go ahead and make the speed.
He didn't miss many against Agassi yesterday.
Still, it's just the third game.
Alan Alda.
Both players still a little bit nervous.
Set of the men's finals. 2-1 at Wilander in the men's final over Ivan Lendl. Seeded 1-2. Lendl number 1. Wilander 2.
Matz didn't like the call. He thought the serve was long. Jay Snyder, our chair umpire. This is how Ivan Lendl has gotten to the final. You see a 5-setter in his very first round. Did not play well at all. And then he started cruising. 4 sets with Jakub Lasik. Rostanyu he killed. And then after the first set, really rolled Agassi. The interesting thing, Agassi is the only seeded player that he's played in this tournament up to now. Watch where Lendl is here, well inside the baseline, hitting his favorite shot, that big forehand. So he's looking for Matz to hit a short ball, and then he's going to jump on it. He doesn't want to stay out there in those long, long rallies unless he has to.
And he will if he has to.
40-15.
Great, great physical condition.
This is the biggest difference between Wilander and Lendl. Lendl's got such a bigger serve. Terrific extension, nice high toss. And he's been serving well this week.
It has been a big weapon for him.
Game Lendl.
Game to Lendl. So Wilander will serve. In his match against Darren Cahill, Wilander's first serve percentage was 75%. That'll get it done.
Well, one of the main reasons was he took some speed off his first serve because Cahill was taking his second serve and coming in behind it. So he said, look, I'll just spin the first one. He's not sure what I'm going to do.
But he's got to serve bigger against Lendl than he tried against Cahill. He knew Cahill wasn't going to hurt him that much. His serve has got to be very sharp today.
On the other hand, Lendl's not going to come in off the return of serve, so that does take some pressure off.
2-2.
He missed it. Watch the hustle by Mats Wilander. Gets to the side of that ball, throws it up deep, is keeping the point. Lendl has to back away, and now he misses the smash. That shows you just never give up. Watch Wilander's reaction. Oh, he did a lot of work, but it was worth it. All started with that long run when Lendl made the drop shot.
So many of the seeds dropped out of the bottom part of the draw where Mats Wilander was, so he had a pretty easy road. His toughest match thus far has been against Kevin Curran, and then Emilio Sanchez, who worried him at the French. He had to get by him in 4 sets as well. And then he straight-setted Darren Cahill yesterday.
No seeds at all on that hand. So this is the first seeded player that he's played. It's unusual in this big a tournament.
He's serving at 30 love.
16 seeded players, and you go through to the final without meeting a seed. It's very rare.
It really paid off for Mats that he chased down that lob and made such a great effort in the first point of this, because now he's won 2 more right away. Then it had to have deflated Ivan just a little bit. Mats has done a lot of very hard running, and he's recovered enough in time enough to play the next point well.
That also tells you that he knows he's fit.
Exactly.
He doesn't have to worry about conserving energy.
Again, we see Mats at the net, something he wasn't doing last year. The pass just too tough. But Mats said last year he was trying to chip and come in because he thought it was a good way to worry Lendl. He said, this year I'm doing it because I really believe I can win from there.
It's 40-15. Games are 2-all in the first. Many tennis fans, over 20,000 in fact. That's Anthony Quinn, of course. Enjoying.
Back in 1967, John Newcomb, when there were only 8 seeds, defeated 7-seeded Clark Graven in the final, the only seed he met. But since the Open era, this is the first time that's happened.
Okay, Wilander.
Game to Wilander. He leads 3-2 in the first set of the men's final. The champions board. And if you look up at the top of the list on the left-hand column, the name of William Tilden, 1920. And the titles he won consecutively. And since then, no one has done it more than 3 times. Ivan Lendl trying to do it 4 times. Second weekend of the NFL's regular season, the 69th year. The Eagles, who look tough this year, beating Cincinnati at the moment. 6-3, the Jets over Cleveland. All these obviously still in progress. I think the Rams might be better than a lot of people thought.
First serve percentages, Wilander 71%, Lendl 62. Both of those are very good, of course. And Lendl serving harder.
Those statistics come to us courtesy of the Unisys Corporation. Both indeed very good.
In the unforced error department, Lendl already has 11. Wilander only has 1.
That, of course, is Virginia Wade, 1968 U.S. Open champion. The first year it was an Open.
Arthur Ashe won the men's title that year. He's in the hospital right now. We're all hoping he's going to be okay.
We certainly do. Virginia Wade got $6,000 for winning the Open. This year, the winner gets $275,000 20 years later.
That's progress. Lendl serving at 2-3 in the first set. It's 40-30. Ritual that he goes through, the sawdust in his right pocket. Three.
3-all.
And that when Wilander was well behind the baseline, very difficult to pass someone when you're that deep. But he was on the defensive because his previous shot was short, and he knew Ivan was going to hit the forehand with a lot of pace.
We mentioned that Ivan's got 10 more errors thus far than Wilander, but they're dead even because he's making things happen in the points. And this is something that Mats has got to remember. This is how he lost the Open last year. Not impressing himself enough on Lendl. You can't just try to stick with Ivan.
The wind is really starting to pick up.
It is.
That'll create a few breezes itself. Shots like that. Pretty good indication of how the intensity of the wind is increased.
Feels as though the temperature's dropping, too.
We can't leave, though.
Another backhand miss by Lendl.
All, 3-all, first set.
And again, look how far back Lendl pushed. Wilander, he tried to hit that from about 15 feet off the baseline. There's just no way you can pass effectively from that far back.
What happens when you give a good player too many shots at passing you. That ball should have been put away. Instead, 30-all. One more chance, and you get passed. Watch the reaction here. See, just pops the wrist to roll across court. It's a do-or-die deal. Obviously, the Swede loves it. No Swede has ever won the U.S. Open.
Borg had a lot of chances.
I don't think that was a big point. It'd be 15-40, 2 break points. Just not a natural play for Lendl to be. Just not a natural, instinctive volleyer. The tactic was good. He should continue to do it, I think, when he gets a short ball, but he just doesn't have that normal flow and flair.
Those are the Swedes who have lost in the men's final. Borg 4 times. Wilander last year. 40-30.
how Lendl holds this ball right here, this racket. He waits. I'm sorry, that's not the one. Right here now. He knows he has Wilander. He gets it ready, he waits, and see, Mats was faked out, went the wrong way. Once Mats moved one way, it was a simple job for the #1 seed.
And we're at deuce.
Opposite numbers, winners to unforced errors for the two players. I remember all these slice backhands from last year's final.
Advantage, Wilander.
Wilander to the towel. We may have to consider a midnight snack. This continues.
This is exactly what happened, as you mentioned, Mary, last year in the final. The first set was sort of slow pokey in a way. Now they're both sort of just waiting to see what the other's going to do. Their games are similar. They are patient, unforced errors. Lendl's made more, as Mary has pointed out. He's also made more winners. 4-3, Wilander leads first set.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station. Ivan Lendl serving at 3-4 there on serve. We've seen that Lendl is serving with the wind, although it's hard to tell because the configuration of the stadium makes a swirling type of atmosphere down on the court. That's directly behind Ivan.
Finally, this long rally ended by a little bit more heat off of Lendl's backhand side. And as quick as Mats has shown to be this afternoon, no way he could chase that down.
You talk about the wind swirling in here, Pat. What's going on up there at the top of that flag really doesn't have much to do with what it is at the court level.
That's right.
And you mentioned that. It does swirl. So I made that mistake as a kid at Forest Hills one time playing Sedgman, trying to hit offensive lobs, and I was watching the flags at the top. Thoroughly confusing. There's a new Wilander tactic. 30-15. Recall when I've seen him take someone's second serve and hit it and come on in behind it. He realized that Lendl was going to slice the backhand, so it comes up. There are times at the net, both players and their successes.
what, you better be, if you're going to play either one of these two, you better be very fit.
You're going to stay there a while, aren't you? Lendl's won 72 Grand Prix singles titles, second to Jimmy Connors, who now has 106, I believe it is.
And Ivan's made the seating committee here look pretty good these last couple of years.
Yeah, with all the upsets, we still have number 1, number 2 seeds here in the final. Agassi lived up to his seed, is number 4, getting the semis.
Steffi Graf certainly did. To her number 1 seed.
30-40. Great point.
They all know how big a point this is for Mats. He could be serving at 5-3 with one good point right here.
Quiet, please.
There was a time when Matt said he didn't care if he was number 1 or not in the world. He wants it very badly now, and if he wins this one, he will be officially number 1 next Monday when the rankings come out.
Lendl thought the ball was out.
He nearly stopped playing. He was waiting on the call. Look at this. He looks at it. He's waiting. He's saying, are you kidding?
He would not have made that kind of a shot off the backhand on that had he thought it was good. And he got lucky because Wilander missed a volley.
And so it's deuce.
A makeable volley, too. And that was a huge volley error from
Both these players have a sort of a forehand grip on the volley, so the forehand volleying side is flat, and that makes it tougher to get under it and control it. Jimmy Connors is much the same way, that type of grip. Becker.
Advantage, Lendl.
Both these players will remember the importance of this game, especially Lendl. He just saved himself this first set. He knows it.
Keep thinking of that scrambling point that Wilander popped that little forehand cross court, kept him from being down 15-40. That was a huge point a little earlier.
Mott serving at 4-all now.
Lock 15.
Once the good players get you on the hook, they don't let you off. Lendl pushing Matt from side to side and steps up here in the high volley, angles it off very nicely. Well orchestrated point and a tough one for both players.
It's love 15.
Well, Lendl's serve percentage has gone down. Wilander's has gone up. But they're still both dead even. Which says something about the power of both those serves.
15 all, 4 all. I don't know why, but I got the feeling Lendl's going to break in this game.
Feeling a little stronger right now, huh? Where you might see Lendl step around and really try to jump on a forehand. You see he's over in the doubles alley right now. Missed it.
30 all.
Got exactly what he wanted and just missed it by inches.
Makes it 30 all.
You know, if you're going to stand over like that and sort of open up part of your court, when you do get your shot, you got to go for something. You can't just hit it back down the center of the court. Lendl did his best and just happened to miss it.
Unforced errors. 18 for Lendl and 3 for Wilander.
You know, the best part of this match is that both players understand the moment so well. Wilander did a great job here on a big point to just swing away. Nice cold winner. They're both thinkers out there. They both have the resources to change things around if things are going badly, which most players aren't able to do.
40-30, 4-4 first set. Long.
2 key volleys now Wilander has missed. A forehand one a couple of games ago and now that one. And both of them would have put him up in a game away from the first set.
He did a good job to get the ball back that ticked the top of the net. It was deflected. Then tried to get the other one nice and deep and overplayed it just a tad. Matt Doyle, who worked with Wilander. John Anders Sjogren is the match's coach. Can't tell much by that expression what's going on either, can you?
Not by the coach or the pupil. lead this game.
Wilander.
Wilander leads 5-4 in the first. 5-4 Wilander in the first set over Lendl. Men's singles final. Your impression so far of the match, Tony?
It's what we thought would happen. Both sort of play from the baseline rally, and Lendl's trying, I think, pick up the pace a little bit. I think if he continues to do that, it will work for him well.
Yours?
I think you made a rotten prediction that last game.
I did, didn't I? Well, I'll have another chance. Maybe.
I'm sure you will. And I think your instinct about it is right. I mean, Lendl really is, he's still doing a lot more with the ball than Wilander. And that's what wins you championships.
And he is serving with new tennis balls.
Played earlier today, Tony. You were part of that ceremony.
Gigi Fernandez and Robin White were the winners over Patty Fendick and Jill Hetherington.
Watch out for Nicolas Pereira of Venezuela. He's won now 3 of the 4 legs of the Junior Grand Slam in Paris, Wimbledon, and here.
And the girls singles.
Congratulations to all of them. And to the runners-up, though disappointed, congratulations as well. A job well done.
That's his third ace. That's his first double fault, and that one was serious. That wasn't even close.
Well, he mishit it. Trying to get some good spin on it. First set victory would be very important, obviously, for both players. When Wilander wins the first set at the U.S. Open, he's 26-3 in matches. And Lendl's 48-1. So when you get, they get their nose
playing
ahead.
for the final right here.
Yeah, you bet.
Good play.
You really get the feeling New York fans are a serve and volley crowd.
Action.
Yeah, they respect these rallies, but they much more appreciate the bigger plays.
Deuce. 4-5. That's for one set.
A break point and set point for the Swede.
When Mats closed in, Lendl really seemed to take his eye off the ball, and he missed that backhand badly. So it was a terrific moment for Mats to press.
Five, please.
It worked well for him.
He does that. He has a tendency to do that. See if he does it again.
Depth on Lendl's approach. And again, this is from a guy that does not come in all that much. His ball was just inches from the baseline and extracted that error from Wilander, and it's deuce.
You hit approaches that well, you don't have to be a great volleyer.
No, you sure don't. As was the case there, you maybe not have to volley at all. Set point number 2. Mats' coach, John Under Sjogren.
Five, please.
I'll tell you, with the gusty wind down there, coming up with good second serves and this kind of pressure is not a simple thing.
First set, Wilander, 6-4.
What I call instant pressure. Took the return and came right in behind it. See where he's starting now. He's well inside the baseline. You don't see him do this very much. And now look at the reaction. 1 hour and 1 minute.
For one set. Won by Wilander.
Wilander said last year against Lendl, all I thought I could do was stay out there and play steady. Wait for Lendl to miss.
Thank you.
As you see, that graphic suggests good things for Mats Wilander. He said, this year I'm a little more confident. I feel like I can do different things than last year. He doesn't just have to wait around and hope for the best.
No, I think he's fitter. He's tougher mentally than he was last year. And conversely, I don't think Ivan is having a very good year for him. He can't be overly confident. You see his first set losses at the Open, not many.
Now Lendl's trying to bully Mats right away, which is a good thing to do at the start of a brand new set.
Pick up the tempo a little bit.
Again, the second Sunday of the NFL season. Eagles and Bengals tied. The Raiders over Houston. Jets 6-3 over Cleveland. Seattle beating Kansas City. And Denver in charge over San Diego, as is Minnesota over New England. All those still in progress. Lions 10, Rams 7.
Kozar hurt, I think Cleveland's going to really struggle.
Well, they have a veteran backing him up, but that's not Kozar. Gary Danielson is the backup, of course. So many years with the Lions.
This is how Lendl looked against Agassi after he dropped the first set to Andre.
Got to attribute the wind to that, I think. It is gusty. Watch him set up now. The ball got behind him just a little bit. Look at his disgusted reaction. And Wilander did a good job just to stay in that point. He was just about in the clock back there.
Yeah.
When he made that last one, there, the unforced errors.
He was almost part of elapsed time.
That's right. It shows you just keep that ball in play. At least make the other guy beat you instead of trying some low percentage shot.
Advantage Wilander.
I think he surprised Ivan that time. By being at the net, he didn't see him coming.
Here's another look. Now Mats on the offensive. And he now has the advantage. First game of the second set.
He does pick his spots, this guy.
I like that one part of it especially is when the pressure's on Mats is have to serve and volley, which he doesn't do normally. Take a short one and come running in.
He's had to do some work. Grand Slam meetings between these two. U.S. Open here, Lendl leads 3-0. French Open, they're tied at 2-2.
Done some long ones over there with those two guys on play. Say that if there's any change in Wilander's strategy at all from the norm is that he is starting to come in a little bit more than he normally does. You would never see him do what he just did there. Underspin a backhand from fairly deep and come charging.
Puts a little more pressure on Lendl when he does it.
And if you mix it up well, you don't let the other guy get a good rhythm against you, get a good target.
Wilander holds and he leads 1-love second set. The USTA's National Tennis Center. Shea Stadium up at the right of your picture and the complex from the Fuji blimp. Up overhead the stadium. Men's final of 1988. Steffi Graf, of course, won the Grand Slam of women's tennis yesterday.
This game's been going on a long time, tennis. And now 3 women have won the Grand Slam, 2 men. Rod Laver, of course, did it twice, and Don Budge, the first ever to do it 50 years ago.
Turned on the lights here on the stadium court.
Here's a little replay, and look at it. Lendl roll that forehand. That's the one right there that Matz took a peek at afterwards. He wasn't so sure that one was good. Lendl got credit for it, and he's serving at 15-love.
Makes it 30-15, second double fault by Ivan Lendl.
And this guy's won over $12 million in prize money. Break point. Again, Matz did it by getting to the net. And again, they are baseliners. Basically, you're not going to just run in indiscriminately. Samantha Frankel is Ivan's lady friend for many years.
She's developed sort of a Czech accent, as a matter of fact.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Wilander.
Wilander leads 2 games to love, second set.
With a sensational volley.
Wilander leads 2-love.
Not the greatest volley in the world, but just to get that one back was a tremendous effort, and as fast and strong as Lendl is, he couldn't get to it. Watch Lendl now. What a shot. Look at, he was way outside the doubles line, and he almost gets to this ball. So the number 2 seed has a break and is serving at 2-love in the second set. He's won the first 6-4.
Love 15.
Mott's won the first set last year as well, but as you can see, then he got blown away in the second.
4 hours and 47 minutes last year.
Good touch and good court coverage.
Love 30.
Here's a low angle replay. Watch the touch here. By the time Matz got to that ball, it was so low, the only thing he could try to do was angle it back across to get the ball up. There are winners and unforced errors, both players.
Those statistics come to us courtesy of the Unisys Corporation. Love 30.
15-30.
And he serves and volleys. Again, a surprise.
And now Lendl decides to muscle his way into the net, which is a good play here.
2 break points for Lendl. Get him back on serve in the second set. Might have noticed in that high forehand volley, again, he hit it pretty flat, but you can get away with that when it's above the top of the net. When it's below the top of the net, you better learn to cut it some. Serve and volley under pressure. It's amazing how many times he does that, and if he has to volley at all, it'll be a high shot because they're so accustomed to saying he's going to stay back. So I raise my sights well over the net to get it deep. And then you look up, and there he's standing at the net hitting a high volley at you.
.30-40. Again to the net.
You can tell just by looking at these players' eyes that they're both, there's a player. I mean, they're both just so wildly intelligent. They're doing the right things at the right times. Ivan going for the big pass, missing it big.
Though it is early in this second set, Wilander has yet to miss a first serve. That helps your service percentage. He's up to 85%. Lendl down to 46%. But the service strategy is a little different as well.
Oh, perfect.
Right on the line, wasn't it?
Yep.
Advantage, Lendl.
And running away.
What a shot. A lot of spin on this, a lot of work on the ball, and very high, too. And when it finally lands, it hits the paint.
And then it runs away from you with that topspin. Again, break point. Lendl has yet to break Matz's serve. Matz has broken his twice.
Huge.
Again, instant pressure by the Swede. Smart play.
That's what Agassi said he wasn't able to do against Lendl. He said it's just so hard to rush him and get him out of position. But Wilander's doing a good job of it. It's Yuri and Olga Lendl. Ivan's parents have come to the last couple of U.S. Opens to watch him win it.
They couldn't be too proud, huh?
Deuce.
Advantage, Wilander.
Now, will he come in behind the serve this time, or will he reverse it and stay back?
I think he'll come in. I've been wrong once already.
I think he'll stay back this time. Let's see. I think Lendl thinks he'll come in, so he might try to go over the return instead of block it. We were both right. He did come in, and he went over the return. That's where, for Matz, I think the surprise element is so important. He didn't hit that big a serve, and if a guy like Lendl knows you're coming, he's going to get the reins very quickly. Trying to convince himself to go to the net behind his serve, I think. Taking a little extra time.
Again, he came to the net. And again, he won. 3-love, second set.
Wilander leads 3-love. Close the exit, please.
Wilander leading 3-love in the second set after he won the first set 6-4 in this men's finals of 1988. Ivan Lendl to serve. Wait until the crowd
Quiet,
settles a
please.
bit.
The defending champion has to be pretty concerned at this stage.
I think so.
And Mats has really been playing a smart match.
Ball just got the top of the net.
This is a terrific shot by Lendl because it was a good approach. Again, catching Ivan somewhat by surprise. So the approach was short. A little short underspin shot for a winner.
Mats has become a volleying fool.
Yeah.
Well, the surprise tactics worked pretty well for him. So I'm rushing him. It's working. I'm a set up and 3-love. Got a break. Why not?
Tonight on CBS, after tennis, 60 Minutes, and then Murder, She Wrote, followed by the CBS Sunday movie Intrigue. Speaking of 60 Minutes, there is one of its stars, Mike Wallace, has been for a long time. NFL, these are finals. Bears beat the Colts, Buffalo, Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Washington, the 49ers, all winners. These are still in progress. Eagles and Bengals tied. Raiders by a touchdown over Houston. Seattle running away from the Chiefs. Denver from San Diego. Minnesota from New England. The Lions and Rams. 10-7 Detroit. To Lendl. It's 3-1 in the second.
Wilander leads 3-1.
That was a pretty good smash he made there. It was a fairly deep lob. And again, we keep mentioning, but the gusty conditions, been playing just over an hour and a half.
Pretty nice number Mats has got going for himself in the second set.
Lendl just 18%.
30.
Friend of yours, Trey?
Yeah, we call him the hookador, Pancho Segura, one of the great strategists. Jack Kramer thinks that his two-handed forehand is the greatest single shot ever developed in tennis. And as we traveled around the world, more people asked about little Pancho than anybody else. How's that little guy doing? The one with the pigeon toes and that two-hander, that big smiley grin.
Tell me, what is a hookador?
15-30.
Just a nickname. There's another look. This ball gets behind Ivan, so he can only try to lob it up in the air. Doesn't get it high enough or deep enough. The rest is history. There's Jack Kramer.
Big Jake.
You wonder how many Grand Slam events he might have won had he not turned pro, because once you turn pro in those days, prior to Open Tennis, of course, you couldn't play in these events.
15-40.
Like what Don Budge said yesterday when he was talking about winning the Grand Slam, and he said, I knew I was the best in the world because nobody could beat me.
There is a correlation in there.
Like when he talks about 1938, the year he won it, he said, well, not a lot really happened that year.
30-40.
Boy, Lendl's having a frustrating game. He's really fighting himself more than Wilander at this point. He makes some good shots, and then he gets frustrated. Look at that. Tony Roach is feeling the weight of this as well.
Boy, is he.
And it's a break point.
Tony looked hungry.
That'd be difficult when you care so much about someone to sit on the sidelines and have no control whatsoever. Let's remember this one.
An incredible shot that draws the first Vicht of the day. That's the signal Wilander shows when he's just made a great shot. And boy, that was a swell one. How many other people would have tried to hoist that up and lob over the oncoming netman, but he went for a winner.
Percentage-wise, that's the only play you really have. He could try that 15 times and maybe make it once.
It was a blind
winner.
Yep, it was a blind shot, and it connected for him.
It deserved the salute.
Wow.
Advantage, Wilander.
His first ace of the day.
He's gotten 38 first serves in a row.
There's Sonia Mulholland. That's Mats's wife in the white cap.
That makes it 4-1 Wilander in the second set.
Take your seats behind the court.
Mats Wilander, after he assumed that 4-1 lead in the second set, his reaction.
Quiet, please.
Right now he seems in control of things.
Well, he really anticipated that one beautifully. He held his position as long as he could, and then either anticipated or guessed to his left, closed in, which was a key, get that ball high and knock off the volley.
We're at the National Tennis Center. It's the Fuji blimp up overhead. Lendl serving at 1-4 in the second set. Wilander won the first set 6-4. The stadium filled to capacity, which is over 20,000. And the rest of the complex.
Wonder if our little squirrel friends around.
Probably out at one of the concession stands. He was here earlier. In search of food.
Wonder how his second serve is.
Good eyes.
Well, Lendl in trouble, has to take things one at a time. So I got to hold serve first before I worry about getting a break.
Ooh. That one could be costly as well. From our net camera, Lendl approaching the net. There is the camera, located right under the net strap. Is really fighting it now.
I think he's frustrated. He would like to try to do something else to change the thing, but he doesn't know what to do, I don't think.
I think he's trying to hit his way out of trouble. Those last two shots, he's played long.
But also part of that could be that he knows if he hits it short, now Mats is coming in. He never used to do that very often.
Interesting, huh?
Not many empty seats around.
No. No, weren't there yesterday either.
And a lot of Wilander fans.
Game, Lendl. Lendl leads 4-2. Wilander leads 4-2.
Looking for the tennis balls that are least ruffled up so he can get a little more pace on his serve. Probably does it more than any player I've ever seen. Missed it. Up the tee.
Mats took a long look.
See if we can tell on this one. His forehand volley now is hit perfectly flat. It is high, and he pops the wrist just a little bit. And it looked as though it was out.
Love 15.
Well, Ivan has not been able to come up with the passing shots.
Yeah, he really seemed off balanced and rushed by Wilander. I just don't think he expected that he'd have to be forced to hit this many passing shots today.
And maybe
he's got him rattled.
Maybe he's overplaying a little bit too, because he has not been successful with the passing shots. Not bad. Still has not missed a first serve in this second set.
That's amazing. At the net again.
That return set up the rest of the point. Mats has the half volley, so he's on the defensive. Doesn't get it too deep, nothing on it. And that lets the #1 player in the world make his choice and make a passing shot. .1530. First missed in the second set on the first serve.
Right.
Guy's having an off day.
Got him. Even though Yvonne came to the net, he was never in real control of the net. As you can see, that was a stretch there. And Mats passed him cleanly.
And he's trying to reverse the trend, too. He said he's been successful coming against me, but maybe I should try it. Wilander had the answer.
And he still can't tell what's going on in Mats's mind, because Mats is spinning those first serves in. Wow. Time violation warning from Jay Snyder, which means that Wilander took more than 30 seconds in between points. That's the ump cam.
They have 30 seconds between points.
I'll tell you why that seems so strange is because it wasn't like Wilander was waiting around either. Both these guys take all kinds of time between points. It wasn't something that Yvonne was looking for. There's a stopwatch. And Jay Snyder, I'm sure, kept good track of the time. As I was saying before, Mats didn't come in on his serve that last point, but he continues to serve the same way. He kicks it in, which with that high kick, it allows him to come to the net and close real tightly against Lendl. And if he doesn't come in behind it, Lendl still doesn't know how to return.
Right, please.
He's being faced with the same kind of serve, shot after shot. It's also why Mats' service percentage is so high. It clears the net by so much.
Here's a break point now.
Same serve again.
Game Lendl.
Game to Lendl. It's 4-3 now. Wilander leads.
Wilander leads 4-3.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
I can't give you 15
What do you mean you
seconds
can't give me
anymore?
15 seconds?
I'm not allowed.
Ivan Lendl serving now at 3-4 in the second set. Pat Summerall with Murray Carrillo and Tony Trabert. Here's the conversation Mats Wilander had with the chair umpire during the last court change.
Open your eyes for him, okay? Open your eyes for him, okay? Once.
He's obviously upset at that warning that he got for taking more than 30 seconds.
Call in referee emeritus Mike Blanchard, who sits behind us. What is the regulation as far as that's concerned, Mike?
They have the fellow that's serving has 15 seconds in which 30 seconds in which to put the ball into play, and Snyder called him on not doing it, and then he went up to the referee and said, "Watch the other guy because he's going over 10 or 15 seconds himself." Now on this situation, it's just point from now on.
30-15.
Thank you, Mike. He's always got the answer.
Mike, that's why we got him here as the best. Now Jay Snyder, the umpire in the chair, is on the spot, in my opinion, because he's got to watch both players very carefully, and it does seem that Yvonne takes more time between points more frequently than does Wilander's, quite where they go over 30 seconds.
$30-all.
You want to see a big forehand, watch this passing shot. That not quite deep enough, though it wasn't bad. And from very deep in the court, Wilander makes the forehand and gets even at 30-all.
$40-30. Wilander won the first set, 6-4. Lendl serving at 3-4 in the second.
A couple of games ago, you thought this guy was going to lose the second set. He was down 4-1, it seems, just a few moments ago. Great effort these last couple of games.
Been out there an hour and 52 minutes, and we are just 4-all in the second set, so it tells you that we have a lot of rallies, a lot of close games. '88 Grand Slam tournament winners, the Australian Open, won by Wilander, the French Open won by Wilander, Wimbledon by Stefan Edberg, all Swedes.
Edberg was to have played Motz in the semis here, but he lost early to Aaron Krickstein. Meichir was also in Motz's way to get to the final, but he lost as well. And when Motz talks about his Grand Slams thus far this year, he said things have really gone my way. He said at the beginning, at the Australian and at the French, the seeds fell out, and I was winning some tight matches. People always say, even the past champions, they say more than anyone else that you need a little bit of luck to win a Grand Slam title. You go 2 weeks, you try to avoid illness, injury, bad draws. Motz acknowledges that too.
Another thing I like too, the harder I practice, the luckier I get. Work hard and a lot of good things happen. A lot of people create their own luck as well. Just between those 2 points, it was 25.5 seconds, so it's close to that 30-second limit.
Lendl has a break point.
It was Eli Nastasi, who's watching this match today, who caused the 30-second rule, because he used to horse around and take so much time in between points. They decided to set a limit.
To speed things up, supposedly.
Yeah, and it's done just the opposite.
To Lendl, and he leads 5-4 in the second.
Lendl leads 5-4.
Wilander won the first set 6-4. Lendl is up and serving 5-4 in the second.
15 love.
Just tremendous shot making here by Lendl these last couple of games. It continues on, as you can see, fearlessly going for the lines, trying to close out the second set. All those shots that were scattering a couple of games ago are connecting now. Than not, if a player's game falls off the way Lendl's had earlier in the set, you know, you try to change things up, whatever, but Lendl's one of those guys, for better or worse, who tries to hit right through his bad patches. And it looks as though he might get away with it.
The thing switched, too, when they called that
I was just thinking
infraction on Wilander. He was cruising along pretty nicely up to that point, and it's really flip-flopped. It's turned in Lendl's favor at this stage.
A lot of things have contributed to that, too. He started to serve better.
3 set points for Lendl, defending champion.
It's a 1-all. We've been at it an hour and 59 minutes now. Here's the set point.
Bang. No problem at all. And of course, since it's a ball change, second ball change, Lendl will switch rackets. Well, it looks like there's still a couple of winners left in the one he was using.
Yeah.
Quiet, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is
Coach
not a
Roach
changeover.
and Samantha Frankel have got to be feeling better about
Please
things
remain
now.
in your seats.
What a turnaround. Up a set in 4-1 was Wilander.
Coach Roach, I like it.
Quiet, please.
There was a famous coach out in Southern California that helped Jack Kramer and many others. Not with us anymore, but he was Coach Roach.
15 love.
Let's go down to Pat O'Brien right now.
All right, Pat, thank you. We were with Elena Stasi. You are being credited for the 30-second rule.
Well, I don't think it's only the 30-second. I think the rule generally, and I want to tell Mary because she doesn't know that. I used to talk a lot and move around the court a lot, so I think they do it not only for the 30 seconds, but I think some of the players, even today, they take a lot of time, more than 30 seconds.
You were innocent, huh?
I wasn't innocent, but I'm glad they don't do it about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, because otherwise I was sleeping under the bridge, you know, George Washington Bridge. I'll be poor boy.
Thank you, Eli. Let's go back upstairs.
I once watched Elena Stasi take his time between points to go up into the stands and sign autographs. He was playing Borg at the time. Borg didn't even notice it, I don't think.
Innocent is not a word I would apply to Nastasi.
30 all.
Just over 2 hours now.
2 6-4 sets. When you do television from overseas, you say we got to get some more satellite time.
My career was shorter than this match.
NFL game still in progress. The Eagles ahead of the Bengals now. Raiders over Houston. Rams have gone back in front of Detroit now.
It's a break point.
Had what he wanted.
And Lendl now taking a page out of Wilander's book. He's being more aggressive and putting the instant pressure on Mats. The point before that, he hit the big forehand winner off the return of serve.
Advantage, Wilander.
I know this is the farthest thing from the players' minds, but the loser here, the runner-up, will get $137,500, and the winner $275,000.
I think that's a figure that would be stuck somewhere in their mind.
Long.
Game Wilander. First game,
Wilander
third
wins
set.
first game, third set.
Mats is saying to Jay Schneider, the umpire, you know, what about the clock now? I said, let's get going. So obviously that's still in his mind.
Love.
That's the 30-second clock between points.
It's amazing how close to the wire the players seem able to play it. Plenty of time there. Actually, Ivan Lendl said that it used to drive him so crazy how much time that Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe took. He said, I always wanted to get on with it, but after playing those guys for a while, you realize that you can't drive yourself crazy, and you learn to utilize all that time yourself.
When I played at Wimbledon, they played one more match per court per day than they do now. And we had no tie breaks and no time limit in between games or points or anything else. So they get less tennis played there now than we played in the dark ages over there. 2 break points. Everything works fine for Ivan until this volley right here. And you can see his reaction, like, how on earth can I miss that? Please.
$15.40.
That was 25 seconds between points there.
Wilander 2-love in the second set.
2-love.
Watch Mats after the shot. Is exactly the same position he was in last set. He broke for a 2-love lead.
Second clock running on Wilander.
Was almost 26.
Just not quite in sync. Is the #1 seed.
Well, it's sort of why I picked Wilander from the start of the tournament to win this thing, because I didn't think Ivan, I know he hadn't had as good a year as he'd like to have, and I don't think he's playing quite as well as he did last year, for example. And I think Mats is playing better than he did last year.
Ivan got derailed right at the beginning of 1988. He was out 7 weeks with an injury. He's had some knee problems. So he didn't even get to start off the year cleanly.
I remember Wimbledon, he had a thigh problem.
Exactly.
And fought real hard and stayed in a long time. Took Becker, I forget, 8 or 10 match points before he could finally put him away.
Game Wilander.
And it's 3-love. Wilander lead. Ivan Lendl ready to serve to Mats Wilander, who leads 3-love in the third set. Sets are 1-all. That's the kind of game that I think has caught all of us by surprise, don't you?
Well, we were speaking of the fact that Ivan has had a tough year physically, but also I think part of the reason he's so frustrated today is that he's been given so much more to look at and think about from Wilander. I think that's also put him off his game.
You would agree?
Yeah, and what you do is you think about what the coaches said before about we're going to have to adjust and readjust during the match. It's a question of if Ivan will adjust or readjust to the net rushing of Wilander. Mats has seemed to take control again with a break here in the third set.
Leroy Neiman enjoying the men's finals. Along with George Plimpton.
Great save there. There's a stab volley coming up. Watch this now. He's looking for the ball down the line, but not one that good. Flat out to just get his racking on it. Was able to get it back cross court for a winner. Terrific effort by the Swede.
Lendl serving his first serve just less than 50%, 47. He's usually much better than that.
One more thing working for Mats Wilander is the disappointment he felt when he lost this final match last year. He said that will really help him win this year. Ivan Lendl says these numbers don't mean that much to him. He said the Grand Slams are what he cares about more than anything else, but it would be something if Ivan were to win the U.S. Open. In a few weeks' time, he would overtake Jimmy Connor's record of 159 straight weeks being ranked #1 on the computer.
However, if he should lose this match,
Mats is #1 in the world on Monday.
right. Makes it 3-1. And sets her 1-all. The men's final of 1988.
Again, that is Matt Doyle, who works with Mats Wilander, practices with him. They're buddies. See a hint of either player slowing down at all in terms of court coverage. They're obviously both very fit.
15 all.
That was wide.
You've heard me say it 1,000 times, various telecasts. There's no sense in hitting a defensive lob in the air. You want to let it bounce. And here's a case where it's an absolute sitter. Mats is out of the picture, and by trying to hit it in the air, Ivan mistimed it. It is windy. If you let that ball bounce, it goes straight up, comes straight down much more slowly. You can set up for it. Boy, that's a big one right there.
It's 30-15.
The only time you really might not want to let it bounce is if you're playing on grass, where you can't be sure of what kind of bounce you'd get.
Tonight on CBS, of course, that will follow the conclusion of this match. 60 Minutes, Murder, She Wrote, and the CBS Sunday movie, Intrigue. 40-15 here with Wilander serving.
This is a CBS Sunday movie. Plenty of intrigue here. I'm still reeling from that Lendl.
I think he is too.
Yeah.
Shocked and probably a little embarrassed even.
Game Wilander.
Game to Wilander. He leads 4-1 in the third. Over Manhattan now.
Quiet, please.
The Fuji blimp has made its way. That's the situation. Ivan Lendl will serve at 1-4 in the third set. Sets at 1-all.
Exactly where we were the last set. And Marierson looked like at that stage Matt was on his way to an easy victory, and now we're a set apiece.
I'd be surprised if Ivan could figure out a way to get out of this set.
I think a lot depends on this weapon right here.
15 love.
Tonight.
He's missed 4 that I can recall. You notice that he let the other one bounce.
The first one.
This one,
Quiet, please.
he mistimed once again and missed it. That's got to shake your confidence.
Wilander trying to slide it down the line, but Lendl right there for the connection, and then right after that asking for no flash photography. Something must have caught his eye as he was down low.
Oh, it tickles me when someone's using a flash from row 308, you know, like it's going to help the camera. The direction, it'll work for about 8 feet in front of the camera, and that's it.
30-all.
Pat, you were talking about Lendl's big weapon. The young American Jay Berger earlier this summer had just lost to Andre Agassi, and he was asked if Agassi's forehand is the biggest weapon in men's tennis, and he said, no, I think Wilander's brain is.
He certainly has displayed that in this match.
For sure.
There's a weapon.
Break point for Wilander would give him 2 breaks in this third set.
Missed, but took care of some of the flowers.
Well, some bad luck for Wilander and good luck for Lendl. Mats coming in behind the return of the second serve and caught the top of the net. Made it a sitter for the #1 seed.
Lendl didn't even play it.
In disbelief.
What's that? I'm not going to overrule over there unless it's a clear mistake. That's not a clear mistake. Not a clear mistake. This is not a clear mistake. I have to see his face.
Here's another look.
Now imagine you're in the chair. Imagine you are Jay Snyder. From his angle, looking across, he's in the chair to Lendl's left. He can't tell if this thing is in or out. There's just no way, because the ball could actually look like it hit the line. It could look wide. It could look so many different ways from the chair's perspective.
That's exactly what he said. I can't see it. It was clearly out. Now Wilander thought that one was out.
You know, I've tried doing that, just sitting up in that umpire's chair and not even have a moving ball, just park balls all over the lines, and from that chair you can't see.
No way you can tell.
Nope.
There are a lot more officials than there are participants in this sport than in many sports.
Advantage, Lendl.
Game to Lendl. It's 4-2 in the third now. Wilander leads.
Wilander leads 4-2.
If you think about it, we have two contestants out here, and you can have 12 officials trying to call all the lines and the net court judge and so forth.
This is probably the most difficult sport there is to officiate.
there's where you have linesmen calling that line, that line, that line. They're calling the baseline, the service line, the other service line, baseline, this side of the sideline, center line, a lead court judge, and an umpire.
We got it covered.
So you've got a lot of people out there trying to help control this tennis match.
And the players are still always aggravated.
30-15.
22 players play football with 8 officials. Baseball, assuming the bases might be loaded, 4 umpires. Hockey 3, basketball 3 with 10 players. And tennis 2 participants and 11.
That has 11 because the person calling the service line rotates, covers both service lines, the cross service line, with the help of Cyclops. .40-15, Wilander trying to stretch his lead here in the third set to 5-2. Sets her 1-all.
And it is 5-2 in the third set. That's 1-all. 5-2, Wilander in the third set. Here is Tony Bennett.
See the racket handle right in front of him? He might have bought it, someone might have given it to him, but it's like a kid going to a Western movie with his cap gun, you know. He's a tennis nut. He loves to play. Feel that Wilander had an idea where that backhand was going.
15.
Watch how when he comes in now, he waits in the center. He'll come charging into your screen there on the full stretch. I think the book is that Ivan Lendl would prefer to hit the backhand passing shot down the line. He does it the majority of the time. Of course, he does the other things enough to keep you honest, but Matt's guessed correctly that time.
Again, to keep you up to date on those games in the NFL, still in progress. Bengals over the Eagles. Raiders over Houston, or Houston ahead, I'm sorry, 31-28. The Jets beating Cleveland, that's a shocker. And Seattle 31-10 over Kansas City.
Got him. It's really set up by the previous shot.
30-15.
Ivan topped the backhand cross court, and now he's got Matt's trap real close to the net.
The rest of the scores in the NFL. That's a final, 34-3. These are all obviously late games. 36-6, Minnesota over New England. And the Rams 17-10 over Detroit, fourth quarter.
Game, Lendl.
Real strong serving game from Ivan. And he was all over the net on the strength of his
Wilander
serve.
leads 5-3.
Agassi, who lost to Ivan yesterday, said it's not just his serve. He can back it up with the rest of his game. That's what makes him so tough. He says you have guys with a bigger serve, but if they don't have anything to back it up with, you're not intimidated to get the return back. With Ivan, you not only have to get it back, but you have to hit a good return.
Ivan changed socks on the last court change.
Mats had blown his other ones off there for a while.
That's right. Well, here we're down to a very crucial time now. Wilander serving to take a 2-1 lead.
15 love.
And where'd he go? To the net. You know, if you're watching a McEnroe play, that wouldn't surprise you at all. That's
right.
The way he plays, but that's not the way typically Mats Wilander plays. Sometimes he doesn't go to the net for 2 weeks.
It's a strategy that's worked very effectively.
How many times do you think Mats has been to the net? Just a quick guess. I know there's no way. You know, I got the stat in my hand. Just a quickie.
55?
70.
Wow.
And he's won 45 of those.
Jeez, anytime you're at least 50% in your strategy, keep it up. So he's well over that.
Serving at 5-3.
Now he went in on the first point. He hasn't got on in the next two. Let's see what he does here. I have a hunch he's going to go in.
There he is.
Couldn't get enough on his first volley. And the fact that he angled it opened up his court.
And against a guy like Lendl, you better make your first volley count. He's capable of great things on the pass.
All right, please. See, although he was on the run there, he wasn't fully stretched out.
30 all.
There's that flat volley. Set point for Wilander.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Two hours and 45 minutes. They've been out there.
Game and third set, Wilander.
Wilander wins the third set. 6 games to 3.
He leads 2-1.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station. U.S. Open of 1988, the men's final. Mats Wilander of Sweden leads 2-1 over the number 1 seed, Ivan Lendl. Lendl serving first game, 4th set.
15 love.
Last time he was down 2-1 at the U.S. Open was in the 83 final when he lost to Jimmy Connors.
I saw him once. There'll be some disturbance behind Lendl.
Security up in that section. They've sent a security guard up.
It's hard to say that I saw Lendl trailing John McEnroe in the French Open final. Lendl lost the first 2 sets, was down a break in the 3rd, and he hung in there and came back to win. That was the first Grand Slam event Ivan ever won.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, please, no flash balls.
Those of you who watched the Rams defeat the Detroit Lions 17-10, welcome to the U.S. Open 1988, the finals, the men's final. Ivan Lendl, the number 1 seed, against Mats Wilander, number 2. Wilander leads 2-1. This is the first game of the 4th set. Here with Mary Carrillo and Tony Craver. Wilander has put the pressure on Lendl.
He has mixed his game up very, very nicely. You think of Mats as a baseliner, but he's been coming into the net.
Again, 60 minutes will follow the U.S. Open tennis, except in the Pacific and Mountain time zones where it'll be seen at its regular time.
Maybe, huh?
Maybe.
The way we're going.
So Mike Wallace has been here for the whole package, more than 60 minutes. Game of the 4th set. Wilander will serve at love 1 in the 4th. He leads 2-1. The settled darkness is over the island of Manhattan and at the USTA's National Tennis Center. Love 15. Ivan Lendl do to get himself back even?
I think he should try to do more what he did there, and that's to take the short ball and jump on it, particularly his forehand. Not from way behind the baseline. Don't take any of those wild chances, things that aren't a good percentage, but he has such a good forehand. He's got to be a little more aggressive, make more things happen.
Tactic that worked so well for Wilander, but not so well for Lendl.
Yeah, but I think I agree with Tony. He's got to keep doing that. Lendl finds himself in the same position that Agassi was in against Lendl yesterday. I mean, you're facing the percentages on the other side of the court. You've got to try to mix it up and do something bold.
There was nothing wrong with Lendl's tactic there. He just missed the volley.
Right.
He didn't go to his natural spot where the volley was to be cross court.
I think that's been Lendl's problem all day. It's technical errors, not tactical errors. And you can just see the frustration on this guy.
Come on.
It's really been his... There's Coach Roach looking down. Lendl's feeling down.
40.
Roach.
It's a break point here.
Get off what they call the snack wagon at CBS. The Roach coach.
Happened again.
Everything but the volley. Now, Lendl got down nicely with his forehand volley, but again, if we can see it, it's a very flat racket face on that ball, and Matz's shot was low, just clearing the top of the net. And with Ivan's grip, let's see if we can see it here coming in. He tries to cut under it there. Now watch this one. See how perfectly flat that was. Just drove it straight ahead right into the net. You've got to be open that face a little bit, cut the ball, which lift it over the net and kills a little speed so you can control it. Big point there. See, there are some people that would abandon the game plan when that didn't work, but you say there's nothing wrong with the strategy. Just physically, I didn't pull it off. You know, I didn't make the shot. If you go in there a bunch of times and get past enough, you say, "Whoa, I better try something else."
Advantage Wilander.
In a lot of ways, Lendl's really trying to salvage his year. I mean, 1980, it's been tough for him. Have a look again. A ripping passing shot. Beautifully done. But he's only won 3 titles in 88. Monte Carlo, Rome, and Toronto. Compare that. There are his parents. Compare that to a year like 85 when he won 11 titles, including the Open. 86 and 87 when he won both the French and U.S. Opens.
He also did say, Mary, that if he won this one, it would still be a pretty good year.
Oh, yeah.
Anytime you win a Grand Slam, any place, any time, it makes your year.
Advantage Wilander.
Martina Navratilova has had a frustrating year as well. I mean, for someone who used to really own the whole year, she went through all of '88 without winning a Grand Slam event as well.
Second ace. 1-all on the fourth, we are. 2 hours, 59 minutes have elapsed in this match.
Lendl goes to change his racket on the ball change. My favorite Lendl story of the whole year is when Roger Smith of the Bahamas, ranked 150 in the world at the time, beat Ivan Lendl in a second-round shocker at Stratton Mountain, and afterwards was so excited about it, in the locker room he asked Lendl for his autograph.
That was when Lendl made his comment after that loss, and frankly, I'm only interested in winning Grand Slam events, but I didn't sit too well with the local people.
Sure didn't.
Ivan will serve now. In 3 hours we've been at it, or they've been at it.
That was a different kind of miss on Matz's overhead than those that Ivanov missed. He was charging in, and Lendl really made a good offensive lob from that tough spot, and he could barely get his racket on it. Five aces now for Lendl.
Next Saturday, Florida State goes to Clemson to play the number 3 ranked Tigers, live at 2:30 Eastern Time here on CBS. Been to the net 60 times, 140.
Wilander's been there 81 times.
That's astonishing.
This is how to dispatch the short ball. See, Matz's ball hits inside the service line. Don't even get another swing at it.
Okay, Lendl.
2-1 Lendl in the fourth.
Lendl leads 2-1.
And now the tournament summary, sponsored by AT&T, the right choice. The match is 3 hours, 3 minutes long. So far, unforced errors, 48 for Lendl, 21 for Wilander. Winners, 58 for Ivan and 23 for Matz.
Please. Quiet, please.
We're in the fourth set of the men's finals. Matz Wilander serving at 1-2 in the fourth. He leads 2 sets to 1.
You know, if I describe, asked you to describe these two players as how they play, you'd say basically baseliners, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
And both of them. They've played 212 points in this match. 141 times one or the other has been to the net.
Ivan Lendl, seeded number 1. Mats Wilander, number 2. At the USTA's National Tennis Center. That's the situation in the finals of '88.
Just watching Lendl make that last forehand volley, he actually missed it. But to me, there's a little bit too much hand movement in there, wrist move. That should be a locked wrist position. And you move the sort of the forearm with the elbow movement, but you don't want any wrist or hand motion in there. A little wristy, and you make mistakes. Let that one bounce.
Yeah.
And to his everlasting credit, Lendl continues to come in, even though he's missed so many important volleys. This one he handles, as you say, by bouncing it. He's got an easier play on the ball.
It's 15-all.
Mats didn't like the call. He asked Jay Snyder, the umpire, if he saw it. I really want to take this opportunity to congratulate the officials, lines people, the umpires. They do a fantastic job every place, but particularly here at the U.S. Open. Ball boys and ball girls, you hardly even notice them, but what a terrific job they've done.
He's not used to seeing his man miss 2 returns in a row.
Particularly on this kind of a surface.
Yeah, it's just not like him.
Game to Mats. 2-2 in the 4th. Let's go to Pat O'Brien.
Thank you, Pat, with Matt Doyle, Matt's coach. You guys worked late on that serve last night, right?
I don't know how he was doing it. It was about 20 minutes past dark, and he was still serving, but he's got a better rhythm today, and it looks like his motion's a little more... He's happy with it anyway. I think today he served much better than he has through the tournament.
But you were practicing in the pitch dark last night.
Well, I think he was like a bat or something. He was doing it by radar, but yeah, it was late.
The story of that may be that Mats doesn't have lights on his court at home. Back to you, Pat.
lights have been on here for a long time. And it looks like they're going to burn some more electricity before this is over.
They've actually been on just about 2 hours. I think they turned on at 5:35. It's now 7:35.
From the press box, devient here at the National Tennis Center.
They're a long ways away.
Yeah.
Wonderful shot there.
30 love.
The top spinners normally want to go cross-court with the ball. This time, Ivan strokes it with a lot of pace for a winner down the line.
Ivan Lendl working on his 4th title here at the U.S. Open. Richard Sears way back in the old days.
You remember that, don't you? Remember calling that one?
Just barely.
Game Lendl. Lendl leads
3-2 Lendl.
Exactly what he's got in his hand right
That's
there.
the situation now. Wilander won the first set, 6-4,
no flash
and the third, 6-3. Lendl won the second set.
Quiet, please.
And he leads 3-2 in the fourth. Wilander serving.
We heard Wilander's friend Matt Doyle talk about how Wilander was practicing his serve on into the night last night, as we have a look at another huge down-the-line pass from Lendl. I remember when John McEnroe's old friend Stacy Margolin, she told me a story about the night before John had to play Borg in their first Wimbledon final. He got up at 2 o'clock in the morning, went to one of his rackets, unzipped it, took a bunch of serving swings in his pajamas.
Please, no
he
flash.
knew he had to serve well in that final.
He also couldn't sleep, obviously.
Again, to bring you up to date on today's progress in the NFL. The Raiders over Houston. Buffalo over Miami. That's the final. Tampa Bay beat Green Bay. New Orleans over Atlanta. Washington by 1 over the Steelers. 49ers beat the Giants. Cincinnati beat Philadelphia. The Bears over the Colts. And the Jets beat the Browns.
Matz gets his final backhand in a perfect place down the line and right at Lendl's feet. It's just inside the service line, about where Lendl was. He had to try to half volley it and couldn't handle it. 40-15. Wilander trying to get even at 3-all in the fourth set. He leads 2-1.
Game Wilander, 3-all.
He gets even. The rest of the football scores. Seattle over the Chiefs. Denver beat the Chargers. Minnesota overwhelmed New England. And the Rams beat Detroit. All those finals. At Yankee Stadium in 18 innings. The Yankees again beat Detroit 5-4. And the Red Sox lost, so the Yankees pick up a game.
18 innings. Well, there are 2 unforced errors in this game for Matz. He's not accustomed to that.
3-all in the 4th set. Lendl serving.
7th game of the 4th set. And I think the pivotal game in sets and matches.
The 7th game.
A lot of people think so. I don't necessarily agree. I think they're all pivotal. And particularly when you get somebody to, break their serve. Wait till you see where this backhand approach
30-all
by Wilander lands. If we can show it again, I don't know if we got time. Here it is. Watch this now. Look at that. Right on the baseline, about a foot from the sideline. He extracts this rather short lob. Here he sets up now. Let's watch his reaction after he makes the smash. Yes, sir. 30-all.
Break point.
The coaches and supporters, the friends of both players, obviously very anxious.
gets his break. 4-3 in the
Wilander leads
fourth.
4-3.
Mats Wilander, the number 2 seed, serving at 4-3 in the fourth set. He leads 2-1.
Again, this is good where Mats is good about adding pressure. He's had to force himself to do that over the years, too, because that was not his instinct. And, Pat, as you recall, we saw him win the French, I think, 82. He just stayed back and just kept it going and kept it going. They're on their feet.
And Mats was off his feet. God, that was a big point.
Quiet, please.
Played so boldly.
Quiet, please.
He frankly said one time,
Thank you.
I don't want to be number 1.
Yep.
Too much pressure.
Well, he also said that he always felt there was so much to improve in his game that he didn't deserve to be one.
Now he wants it.
30-15.
And he said there are other things in life, frankly, besides tennis. I don't want to just devote all my time to tennis and do nothing else. But he's gotten so close, and obviously if he wins this, as we said, next time the computer rankings come out Monday, he will be number 1 in the world.
Quiet, please.
30-15.
Of course, this man stands in his way.
30-all.
Ivan's mother first taught him how to play this game. Here's that huge forehand winner again. And he's still very much in the fight. No mistake about that.
30-all.
That's about the only way you can get a ball past somebody from that deep is to roll it sharply across court with topspin, and look at his reaction as he gets to break point. Now here's the time, if what we're talking about is accurate, you'll see Wilander come in behind his serve. See if we're right or not.
Break point for Lendl.
What I like about it is they did it with good shots. Watch the lob now. Wilander closed in 4-all. He had to commit himself, and watch Lendl stay down, then last minute roll it up, and watch the reaction.
Quiet, please.
Tony Rochi, you know, a terrific player in his own right, a better doubles player, I guess, overall than singles, but he's got to be feeling the pressure as well.
Boy, don't you know. 4-all.
Right underneath you.
New lineup tonight on CBS because of the length of this match. Murder, She Wrote will not be seen. We'll see 60 Minutes and then the CBS Sunday movie Intrigue. But no Murder, She Wrote.
one thing I know, and that's that Wilander wants this title as much as I do. You can tell by the way these two are playing each point how true that is.
He also said, I don't feel as much pressure because I've won this thing 3 times. Now, whether that's just conversation or not, I don't know.
Said the first time I won it, it was incredible. The second time was amazing. Third time was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And
Started running out of adjectives.
Fourth was going to be even better than that, he said.
Mats did not get a good piece of that volley right there. From up there, he really shouldn't have let Lendl get another swing. He mishit it a little bit, and he's angry with himself. As it was, Ivan Lendl had to make a terrific shot for the winners. And, of course, to show you the unforced errors, the names will be reversed.
Final score, Houston came back to beat the Los Angeles Raiders 38-35. Here it's just over 3.5 hours they've been playing.
Just think if Wilander had been able to put that high backhand volley away, he would be looking at 2 break points.
30 all now. 4 all in the 4th. Seventh ace by Ivan Lendl.
You talk about some smoke. Ooh. Watch this one, if you can see it, if you can follow it. Bends those knees, reaches up full extended, right down the center. Now that is really big smoke.
That game, Lendl. 5-4. Lendl leads 5-4 in the 4th set. Darkness has closed in on New York. The lights are still on, however, at the National Tennis Center. And the final between Ivan Lendl and Mats Wilander is still in progress.
It's what you would like to have in it for the final of the U.S. Open. A good, high-quality match by the 2 top players in the world.
Well, that's certainly what we've had. 15-love. Wilander serving 4-5 in the 4th. He leads 2 sets to 1.
Same players as last year, but this is a much livelier match than that of a year ago. A lot more happening. A lot more wheels turning in the minds of both players.
the variation in this final is so much better than last year's. The fact that they are going to the net, they're mixing things up. Last year, for a while, it was like watching paint dry, you know, just as seeing on the baseline, just rolling it back and forth, and not neither one trying to do anything.
Men's finals from the National Tennis Center in Flushing Meadow, New York.
Quiet, please.
The 1 and 2 seeds of this year's tournament. A dramatic match.
But boy, was he happy that thing went in.
Do you think the apology was sincere?
Absolutely not.
It's habit. It's almost etiquette to do that, but they really are very happy, like you say. I'll take it.
5-all.
It's not a changeover, ladies and gentlemen. Please stay in your seats. Quiet, please.
That our next break will be a 64-second station break for all the stations. 64-second station break.
There's somebody yelled that there's some disruption way up the top to our right.
Quiet, please.
Not sure exactly what caused it.
Quiet, please.
Tough for the players now. You're getting down to really nitty-gritty time. You sure don't need some kind of interruption like that.
I heard someone yell at the end of that point.
It's 5-all 40 love with Lendl serving. Lendl leads 6-5.
Lendl leads 6-5.
And we'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Mats Wilander serving at 5-6 in the fourth. He leads 2-1.
We're either looking at a 4-set tiebreak or a 5-set match.
That's pretty tough anyway you look at it. I mean, Mats came in behind a pretty good shot. It wasn't really too deep, but still, Yvonne didn't have that much to work with.
And he went his favorite way down the line off that backhand. He goes cross-court just enough to keep you from really knowing he's going to do it all the time.
He likes to chip when he goes cross-court. Keep it, just slide it low. But when he winds up like that, you should be looking to the lines.
See where Lendl's standing behind the doubles alley, trying to hit a forehand. Some of them might miss their deadlines.
They just might.
And dinner. That's no signal. Tony Roach is trying to stay warm. Watch this overnight. Lets it bounce. He doesn't really set up well. Watch how close his feet are together. When he hits it, he actually falls backwards. But he angled it off, a little slice to it. See, he's not really leaning into that one, but he hit it for a winner anyway. Look at the reaction.
15-30.
Two set points. 15-40.
This forehand just could not be better struck.
Again, this is a time when I would expect Wilander to serve and volley. It's a crucial time. That's usually what he tries to do. We'll see.
They both went back to their old instincts. That doesn't surprise me.
I'm going to take one more risk, and I'm going to say that Matt will come in behind this serve. As you say, Mary, it's not his instinct.
Quiet, please.
Yvonne's parents trying to look relaxed.
Trying to look away.
Impossible. He was coming.
Now I wonder if he'll come behind his second serve.
I don't think so. See where Lendl's standing now on the bottom of your picture.
that's awful. Oh, that's just terrible. Two maniacs just threw balls down onto the court in the middle of Matz's second serve.
Got to get 2 serves.
Really is uncalled for.
Matz just asked if he can get 2 serves, and that was granted him.
Ivan's got no argument at all here.
Let's hear it.
No, he wasn't. He didn't even toss the ball yet.
He didn't toss the ball, but he was starting his service motion.
It's no different than a ball rolls over from another court. In the middle of the point, you play a let, you get 2 serves. You start all over.
Lendl's argument was that it's not as though Matz had already begun his swing. He's got 2 serves up.
Imagine the mentality of somebody doing that, throwing balls down.
Idiots.
Lendl. 7-5. Set for 2-all.
2-all.
Please remain in your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Lendl family is looking a little happier. Ivan's pretty pleased as well. Nice stab volley.
That's a lot tougher forehand volley than some that he's missed.
Yeah.
Well, these two have only gone 5 sets once. That was way back in 1982 at the French Open. It was a round of 16 match. Wilander won it. 6-2 in the 5th.
3 hours and 50 minutes to complete 4 sets. Last year's final, he played 4 hours and 40 minutes, I believe.
4:47, I think.
These two are both pretty good 5-set players. They're the 2 fittest players on tour.
Lendl's 28 years old and Matz is 24. They do work awfully hard off the court as well.
Rino Tomasi, the Italian prognosticator from Canale 5, said of this man that nobody is tougher after 4 hours.
He also picked Wilander to win in 5 sets. That's on the front of our draw sheets, his daily predictions.
Match is just about 4 hours old. He looks fit.
Yeah.
15-30.
Just a stroll.
The volley, the poor volley is forced by the good shot by Wilander. Got so low. Now this is simple. That part's real easy. Break points for Wilander. where second serves get tough to hit and get deep.
Ball change.
Up in the press box here for the men's final at the U.S. Open.
Zeer op de hand van Wilander. Dat is ook wel begrijpelijk. Ook van Lendl staat al zoveel jaren staat hij aan de top in de wereld. Dat het wel eens tijd wordt voor een afwisseling. Maar het is aan Wilander zelf.
And a look down at the stadium.
Wilander serving with new balls here. He has a break. First game of the final set in his pocket.
15 love.
Would fatigue be a factor, you think?
I don't think so. I think they can run on fumes now, Pat. You know, they're so excited, they're pumped up. Wilander ran to his chair after he broke that first serve, and they're both in fit and great shape. And if this is what you want, good tennis and two best players in the world, we hope you're enjoying the U.S. Open final. This is Lendl's response off the first overhead. Patted it back up in the air, got it fairly deep, but of course with no spin or no drive on it, it was pretty easy to smash. 30 love.
Beautiful.
You know, it says something about the nature of this match as compared to last year's final with the same two guys. That was only a 4-set match, and it went nearly 5 hours. This is just coming into its 4th hour, and it's already in the 5th set.
What do you see developing from here?
It just means that they're both trying to end the points a lot earlier. They're being a lot more aggressive. A lot more fun to watch, I'll tell you that. Again, Mutz didn't get a real good piece of that volley. Sat up and plenty to give Lendl plenty of time.
30 all. 30 all. Last year's final, 4 hours, 47 minutes, is the longest in Open history. This one's almost 4 hours now. We got a pretty good shot at breaking that record.
That's right. Point for Lendl.
Wilander's 6-0 in 5-set matches this year. 5 plays. Played 4 hours now.
think about it, Mats has had 2 or 3 interruptions that were pretty tough on him. That the time penalty thing was one. And then he was serving, and they threw the 2 balls down. Now here he's about to serve down break point, and some guys making some noise saying break him, and all that kind of stuff.
Deuce.
He's hung in there well.
Advantage, Wilander.
Some people have departed, but there's still an awful lot here.
Deuce.
Big, heavy ground strokes there. Terrific tennis, and it's break point for Lendl again.
Through the 5th set.
Quiet, please.
Took a peek down at someone sitting in the front boxes and sort of points to was it out, and he then turned around, obviously got a nod that it was out. All that does is settle you down, like you know that you haven't gotten a bad call.
Wilander has the advantage now.
The thing about the top spin lob like that, it's so well disguised because it comes off the same basic motion that you do your passing shot. And that's the ideal situation because your opponent coming in can't tell until you strike the ball Whether you're just going to roll it, try to get it low, or you all of a sudden you rip up the back and get over their heads. Heck of a shot.
We're in the 5th set at the U.S. Open, the men's finals from the National Tennis Center. Lendl serving love 2 in the 5th.
Lendl was looking for a call.
Love 15.
He thought Wilander's shot in the beginning of that rally was big. Jay Snyder does not agree. Wilander taking the time that this argument will take to towel off. Where's the call?
Well, the only thing is, if you continue a point, you have no hope. You have to stop right then and plead your case. Right. So if there's a continuation of play, then you can't come back and argue about what happened partway through the point.
I always like it though when the players look over to their coaches or their friends to confirm a call. I mean, you've got to, if you're on the players' team, you know, you've always got to say it's the right. Can you imagine if Yvonne looks over and says, "Was that call right?" And
you say
and
no.
the coach says, "No, you got robbed, buddy. You got robbed."
15 all. Wilander in the 5th set. Men's final. Wilander will serve at 2-1 in the 5th. They're serving and playing for the #1 ranking in the world. Lendl trying to become the first man since Bill Tilden to win this title 4 times in a row.
Of course, Wilander trying to become the first Swede to ever win the U.S. Open in men's singles.
Borg lost in the Open, 76, 78, 80, 81. And Wilander himself lost last year to the man he's playing tonight.
Boy, neither player is acting like it's the fifth set.
That's exactly I was going to say, but because Ivan just closed in so fast on this ball to get it above the top of the net. Look where he is. About one more step and he'd be into the net. And that is not somebody that's leg weary.
Of course, the laundry does pile up in these long matches.
Yes, it does. Those are his wristbands, his sweatlets. Lendl.
A lot of players like wearing white shirts in tough matches, too. They don't want their opponents to know just how badly they're sweating.
This looks like Matt's lost this ball somehow. It just seemed to me they got a very late start at trying to pick up the volley.
I heard him say the ball was not round. Take it out.
Which is the preferred shape.
Yeah.
Two break points to get Lendl even.
Alan Alda still here.
He was here earlier today to watch Nicholas Pereira win the boys' junior title, so he's been here a long time.
Stasi still around. Anthony Quinn behind him.
Well, it's not the kind of match that you walk away from saying, well, this is in the bag.
I'll say 2-all now.
And another break.
Play is continuing, ladies and gentlemen, please.
Pretty good smash from a tough position by Lendl.
Could only get it done by popping that wrist at the last minute to get that racket head back down to bring that ball down in the court.
2-2.
You know, have had very few breaks, really. Only one break in the first set. There were 3 in the second, 1 in the third, 3 in the fourth, and now 2 in this one.
Again, a reminder that 60 minutes will follow the U.S. Open tennis, except on the West Coast, where it'll be seen at its regular time. I think.
Here's a second look. Well behind the baseline and going under that backhand, but he drives through it when he goes under it. A lot of people go straight down the back of that ball and don't get any forward thrust to it.
30 love.
8 aces for Ivan Lendl.
Lendl looking for the fastest tennis balls. That means the ones that aren't fluffed up quite so much. If you could do it, he'd prefer to have golf balls probably to drive through the air and go a little faster. Obviously, some differences of opinion on whether that ball was good or not.
The score is up there, though. 40-15.
Here's a look right here. Looked pretty good to me. People right behind that line stood up and booed. They thought it was a bad call. Jay Schneider didn't make the call. It wasn't far enough out for him to change it, so it stands.
Second serve. Game, Lendl.
Lendl leads 3-2 in the 5th set. We're in the 5th set of the men's final of the U.S. Open of 1988. Mats Wilander serving at 2-3 in the 5th. Elapsed time 4 hours and 21 minutes.
Both players have made some remarkable passing shots from very, very deep behind the baseline.
Heavily spun first serve. That's why Lendl mistimed it. Matt Doyle is trying to cheer on his friend, Mats Wilander.
Go, Mats. Go, Mats. That's fine for you to say, but I'm doing all the running.
Yeah. This guy's hitting the ball back pretty hard. He'll jump on this one.
The point of the match. 1 volley, 2, 3.
Quiet, please.
Watch this. Those are 2 baseliners, folks.
30 all.
What an important point. If Lendl could have pulled that one off,
Quiet,
it would be 2 break points instead of 30 all.
We're in the 5th set.
Points in a row, Wilander has won.
Quiet, please.
Wilander.
3 all now in the 5th.
And Matz has broken a string.
Alerting our stations right now that the next break will be a 64-second station break. The next break will be a 64-second station break.
Play is continuing, ladies and gentlemen. Quiet, please.
You know, I don't think Mott's busted a string. I think he just wanted something with a little more tension.
Well, he showed it to the umpires. He went by and held it up.
Yeah.
I would assume that's what he did, but
I sure didn't hear it. I think he just wanted to change rackets.
It's 3 all.
both players still are. We're talking about, is there a fatigue factor? I don't think there is at all. They'll feel it later, I'm sure, but not right now.
Well, it's fairly cool.
Yes, it is.
So that helps.
And even to start, humidity was down. That also helps.
Still, they'll both probably sleep in tomorrow.
I would imagine.
Bad volley here by Ivan. Right there. Boy, had the whole court just run it down the line. There's no way Wilander could have gotten across that baseline. Instead, he went right back to him.
Quiet, please.
And it cost him the point. 15 all. Easy from up here, however.
Yeah, well, both these guys are much more natural passers than volleyers. That's why it's so important for both of them to do a lot with that first volley. You don't want to be up there having to swing too much.
coming up on 4.5 hours.
These two are going to break their own record.
4:47, right? Last year.
Longest match, the U.S. Open.
15:30.
Great points.
This match reminds me of something I read about Bjorn Borg earlier this summer. Borg said that when he looks back at some of the unbelievable matches he produced, he can't believe he did the things he did.
Yeah.
He said, these days, I could only concentrate for about one game.
15:40.
Quiet, please.
You know, throughout this match, Lendl has served 2 double faults. Wilander has served none. Awfully good serving. Breaks and leads 4-3, final set.
We'll be back at the U.S. Open after this word from your local station.
This is CBS.
Here's how he got the break. Watch this forehand. It'll be a big forehand right here down the line.
Wilander.
And watch his reaction.
Nice stoic Swede.
Now Wilander serving. He leads 4-3 in the 5th set.
Quiet, please.
Lendl has 83 winners to Wilander's 37, but he has twice as many errors. First serve percentage is what's really hurt him.
Not easy, man.
40-15. Wilander leading 4-3 in the 5th set.
That was called out.
40-15.
Free plays will never be in tennis. I don't think. It's just too tough.
Men's singles final at the National Tennis Center. The 1988 United States Open Championship on the line between Mats Wilander and Ivan Lendl. Wilander leading 4-3 in the 5th and final set, and 40-30 in this game.
Serve and volley.
Wilander leads 5-3.
There's another look, and under pressure, here he comes. Closes right in and really punches a crisp backhand volley. Very smart play. Coach Jan-Anders Sjogren.
Quiet, please.
Sonia Mulholland. That's Mats's wife. I'll tell you, I've got a friend who's working for a production company that's doing a half-hour highlight of the U.S. Open this year. I'd like to see them condense a half hour of this match.
For sure. Much less the whole Open, huh?
Well, that's a tough shot he just executed there. Love 15.
Again, a winner out of nothing. He had nothing to work with. It was such a deep shot by Mats, a terrific approach, an even better pass.
So deep in the court, and again, his favorite shot off the back end, down the line.
30-15. Aces for Ivan Lendl. in the fifth. Wilander serving for the Mets.
Wilander leads 5-4.
Pat Summerall with Mary Carrillo and Tony Traber. Mats Wilander will serve at 5-4. The final set.
Whatever happens, let's hope there's no controversy, no disruptions. Let them do it with their 2 tennis rackets. Parents,
quiet, please.
Suffering on trying to pull their son through.
All.
In the early part of that point, Wilander made a shot. It looked like he was going to come in behind it. And then it's like he thought better of the whole idea and said, wait a minute. Let me go back to my roots.
And now he served the first point and came in behind it, although he did eventually have to back up to hit the overhead. I think he'll be in there a couple more times in this game, frankly. 15-all.
Final set. Well, he tied the record. 4 hours, 47 minutes.
2 points away from the #1 ranking in the world. Mats' wife, Sonia.
Quiet, please.
What terrific shots under tremendous pressure. It's returned right at his feet. He has to half volley it. Now you want to see some thunder on a forehand.
30-all.
And his reaction.
Quiet, please.
And it's match point.
Point.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Tough job keeping them quiet now.
His backhand of Lendl's wasn't only good, it was great.
Right on the baseline and the alley line.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Lendl.
Break point for Lendl.
Quiet, please.
Serve and volley. This one just barely misses cross court.
And we're back at deuce.
I think these folks have gotten their money's worth.
It's been a privilege. And it continues to be.
Lendl.
Boy.
Quiet, please.
Third deuce coming up.
Quiet, please. Advantage, Wilander.
Wilander draws the error off the approach. and trots away from it. 1 point away.
Match point number 2.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
54 minutes it took. A grueling 5-setter. Mats Wilander, U.S. Open champion 1988. Again, let's look at match point.
He was serving and volleying again. Didn't even have to make the volley. Strategy that worked so well for Mats all day long and on into the night. Sonja Wilander.
And Ivan Lendl, a gallant champion. Exciting match, Mary.
What a pretty moment, too. That's as good as it gets. Sustained quality over 5 long sets. The longest final in U.S. Open history. We're getting set for the ceremony. Tony Trabert has made his way down. All right, let's go down to Tony Trabert.
It's my pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce Mr. Joe Vittoria, the chairman of Avis Incorporated. He will first present a check to the runner-up, Ivan Lendl. Joe?
Thank you, Tony. On behalf of the 11,600 employee owners of Avis, I'd like to present to Ivan Lendl this check for $137,500.
And now, Joe, you have a check for our 1988 champion, Mats Wilander.
Mats Wilander, it's our pleasure to give you this check for $275,000 on behalf of Avis.
And now to present the championship trophy is Mr. Gordon Jorgensen, the president of USTA and chairman of the U.S. Open Championships. Gordon?
Thank you, Tony. What can you say? Absolutely nothing except to Mats, we crown you the U.S. Open singles champion. Congratulations.
Mats? You're the first Swede to ever win the men's singles here at the U.S. Open. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I don't think I've felt better ever. I don't think so. I feel great. I think it was a great match. I was a bit lucky in the end to win it, but it was sort of my turn, I thought.
Okay, Mats, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our 1988 U.S. Open men's champion, Mats Wilander.
Thank you, Tony. It's been one of the most exciting U.S. Open championships in recent memory. Steffi Graf winning the Grand Slam yesterday on this same court. And tonight, Mats Wilander taking over the #1 spot in men's tennis with a victory in the Australian, the French, and here at the U.S. Open. He was a worthy winner indeed, and he stopped the dream of Ivan Lendl become the first to win 4 U.S. Opens in a row. One of the great matches we can recall out here on the stadium court. And so for Pat Summerall, Tony Trabert, and Mary Carrillo, and our entire CBS crew, Tim Ryan saying so long from the National Tennis Center.